Yes, sir.
All right.
I understand. You want to speak to the Spanish speakers first?
I would. Do we have the Spanish interpreter on the line?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right, great. Let's get started with the Spanish interpreters, and then Joe, can you just let me know when we're all ready for all of the misdemeanor defendants? Please let me know. I'd like to address all of them at once.
Of course, after Spanish speakers, I will.
Yeah, well, whenever we're up to those folks.
Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning, sir. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Buenos días, señor. Dígame su nombre y su fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Josué Arvizu, 080872.
Josué Arvizu, 8872.
All right, Mr. Arvizu, good morning. You are being seen here today on a few different cases.
Buenos días, señor Arvizu. Lo estamos viendo por varias acusaciones esta mañana.
The first is a felony complaint alleging aggravated DUI or driving under the influence with a suspended license.
La primera es una querella por conductor ebrio con factores agravantes y también con licencia suspendida.
Second is a warrant that was issued for your arrest in the Marana Town Court on a charge of shoplifting and driving with a suspended or revoked license.
La siguiente es una queja del municipio de Marrana por ratería de tiendas y conductor con licencia suspendida o revocada.
And lastly, you have a warrant in the Tucson City Court on a charge of domestic violence, disorderly conduct.
Y la tercera y última es una acusación del juzgado municipal por violencia doméstica y por falta de comparecencia.
Remind you, sir, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you.
Les recuerdo que tiene usted derecho de guardar silencio. Cualquier cosa que diga podría y será en contra suya.
You also have the right to an attorney, and in your felony case, I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you.
También tiene derecho a representación de un abogado y por el caso de delito grave voy a asignar al defensor público del condado Pima para que se encargue de defenderle.
The attorney seated to your left is going to represent you in this hearing, so please address any questions or concerns to her before saying anything out loud.
Tenemos a una licenciada defensora a su lado esta mañana. Si se le ocurre alguna pregunta, hágasela a ella en lugar de hablar en voz alta a mí.
All right, I've reviewed the interim complaint, the pretrial services report, and the state's recommendation.
Ya ha revisado la querella inicial, el informe de la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, Pretrial Services, y la recomendación de la Fiscalía.
Mr. Arvizu is not being held on any other matter or have anything pending that I haven't already mentioned.
Ahora, el juez confirma que usted no tiene nada pendiente, aparte de lo que acaba de citar anteriormente el juez.
He was rated a 5 and a 6 on the NCAA and FDA scales.
La puntuación fue de 5 de 6 en la escala de reincidencia de actividad delictiva o falta de comparecencia.
Unfortunately, he couldn't be interviewed by pretrial services before this hearing and could not have a third-party reference reached.
Lamentablemente, la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, Pretrial Services, no pudo entrevistarle para confirmar antecedentes o lazos con terceros que podrían darle una resolución de vivienda temporal. Espere.
He had 2 prior misdemeanor convictions for DUI in 2010 and 2017, respectively.
Ella tenía 2 acusaciones previas y con condenas de culpable por conductor ebrio en el año 2010 y 2017.
State's recommendations for a $7,500 bond, pretrial services supervision.
La Fiscalía recomienda fianza de $7,500 y supervisión por la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, Pretrial Services, y luego depositar la fianza para salir.
Is there anything else to add from the state?
¿Algo más de la Fiscalía?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
El fiscal a cargo de la audiencia de hoy dice que no tiene más comentarios que ofrecer.
Defense?
Ahora la defensa.
He's got no felony convictions,
Shelby.
and it appears that he is working and has ties to the community based on his misdemeanor criminal history.
Ahora, basado en los antecedentes de delitos menores, aparte de eso, no tiene condenas por delitos graves, tiene lazos de la comunidad, tiene trabajo hábil y capaz.
Tranquilo. Sí.
Perdón. Dijo algo, señor.
No.
Sí.
Okay, he had no comment from the defendant, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Based on the pretrial services information as well as the information related to the other two cases I just mentioned, I do have some concerns about possible new criminal activity since all of these incidents occurred within the last 6 months and in 3 separate courts.
Después dice que basado en la información que recibí de la Agencia de Servicios Previos sobre el Juicio y el hecho de que tiene otros antecedentes, casos pendientes en los últimos 6 meses, le tiene cierta preocupación que pueda usted a incidir con acción delictiva.
I'm going to pose a bond of $2,500. That'll be cash or secured.
Lo voy a poner fianza de $2,500, ya sea con dinero en efectivo o garantizado por propiedad.
I'm going to order pretrial services supervision for Mr. Advisu if bond is posted.
Ahora, si logra depositar la fianza para ser liberado, le voy a exigir que se someta a la supervisión y vigilancia de la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, Pretrial Services.
And I'm going to set the preliminary hearing for August the 25th at 1:30.
La audiencia preliminar que sigue la programa para el día 25 de agosto a la 1:30.
On the Marana Court matter, Mr. Advisu, I'm going to schedule a hearing for you for September the 9th at 10 a.m.
Ahora, para el asunto que tiene pendiente en el juzgado municipal de Marrana, señor Luiso, le voy a programar una audiencia para el 9 de septiembre a las 10 de la mañana.
That'll be at the Marana City Court.
Será en el juzgado municipal de Marrana. Your Honor, was that 10 a.m. or 9 a.m., please?
10 a.m. So
Sí, a las 10 de la mañana, gracias.
I'm not going to hold you on a bond in that matter since I'm already holding you on the felony.
Ya le puse fianza en el delito grave, así es que por este caso pendiente Marrana no le voy a poner fianza.
But I will advise the Marana Court that you are being held on that felony.
Pero sí le informaremos al juzgado municipal de Marrana que está detenido usted bajo estos cargos de delitos graves adicionales.
On the city court matter, I'm going to appoint the Tucson City Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Ahora, para el caso que tiene pendiente en el juzgado municipal, puede asignarle al defensor público del juzgado municipal para que lo represente.
And I'm going to schedule a video review hearing for you on August the 26th
Voy a programar una audiencia de revisión por video para el día 26 de agosto en ese caso.
at 1:30 in the
Eso
afternoon
será a la tarde.
in front of Judge Millian.
Y será ante el juez Millian del juzgado municipal.
I'm not going to hold you on this matter.
Ahora, en este caso tampoco le voy a poner fianza ni
I'll
retención.
release you. If you are released from custody on the felony, it is going to be up to you to get yourself to the court on time on the
En
day.
este caso, sí le voy a permitir su libertad. Si logra salir por el caso con fianza del delito grave, dependerá de usted de presentarse en el juzgado municipal a la hora de vida el día indicado.
As condition of your release, I'm going to order that you will not have any contact of any kind with the alleged victim, to include going to wherever they work or live.
Ahora, como condiciones de libertad provisional, si es que logra salir, le prohíbo contacto o comunicación con las víctimas indicadas, ya sea donde vivan o donde trabajen ellos.
And with that, sir, that's all I have for you this morning. You're excused. Thank you.
Y con esto es todo por hoy, señor. Puede retirarse. Gracias.
Or was it Chumbly? Got it. Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Buenos días, señor. ¿Podría darme su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento, por favor?
Ramón Francisco Moreno Gómez, 14 de diciembre del 81.
Ramón Francisco Moreno Gómez, the 14th of December of 81.
Mr. Moreno Gomez, good morning. You are being seen here today on a charge of aggravated driving under the influence.
Buenos días, señor Moreno Gómez. Lo estamos viendo esta mañana por una acusación de conductor ebrio con factores agravantes.
Remind you, sir, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you.
Le recuerdo, señor, que tiene usted el derecho de guardar silencio. Lo que diga usted podrá ser y será usado en contra suya.
You also have the right to an attorney, and I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you.
También tiene derecho a representación legal de abogado y le voy a designar al defensor público del condado Pima para que se encargue de su defensa.
The attorney seated right next to you is going to represent you in this hearing, so if you have any questions or concerns, please speak with her first.
La licenciada sentada a su lado esta mañana está ahí para asistirle. Si tiene alguna pregunta, se la hace ella antes de hablar conmigo.
All right, I've read the interim complaint, the pretrial services report, and the state's recommendation.
Ya he leído el informe inicial de la Agencia de Servicios previos al juicio y la querella inicial y también la recomendación de la Fiscalía.
Mr. Moreno is not pending on any other matters.
Aparentemente, el señor Francisco Moreno Gómez no tiene nada pendiente además de estos cargos aquí.
He was rated a 1 and a 1 on the NTA and FDA scales.
Perdóneme, se le anotó puntuación del 1 al 1 en la anotación de escala de reincidencia o falta de comparecencia.
And had no felony or misdemeanor criminal history noted.
Tampoco tiene indicaciones de antecedentes por delitos mayores ni menores.
State's recommendations for pretrial services release.
¿Qué recomienda la Fiscalía? Liberación a la supervisión de la Agencia de Servicios previos al juicio.
Is there anything else to add from the state?
¿Algo más de parte de la Fiscalía?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Dice que no, que gracias, su señoría.
And defense, I'm inclined to agree. Do you have any additional comment?
No,
Ahora, le dice a la defensora que el juez tiene la tendencia de aceptar la recomendación de supervisión por la Agencia de Servicios previos al juicio. Le pregunta si tiene algo más que comentar la defensora. Ella dice que no.
And Mr. Moreno Gomez, I'm going to release you to the supervision of the pretrial services division of the Superior Court.
Entonces, yo, Moreno Gómez, sí le voy a permitir su liberación para pasar a la supervisión y vigilancia de la Agencia de Servicios previos al juicio del Condado Superior del Condado Pima.
On Monday morning, you will call the pretrial service division as well as your attorneys.
Ahora, el lunes por la mañana se le ordena hablar por teléfono a la Agencia de Servicios previos al juicio Pretrial Services y también al abogado que se le va a identificar.
You will comply with whatever instructions they give you.
Y usted cumplirá con cualquier instrucción que le digan ellos.
I'm also going to order that you will not drive without a valid license or possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs.
También le voy a prohibir conducir sin licencia vigente y de tener en su posesión y consumir licor o droga ilícita.
You understand all of this?
¿Entiende todo lo que le he dicho?
Sí.
Yes.
Your preliminary hearing, your next hearing date will be on September the 4th at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Ahora, su audiencia preliminar, la siguiente audiencia que sigue será programada para el día 4 de septiembre a la 1:30 por la tarde.
Please cooperate with your attorneys and good luck. Thank you.
Coopere con los abogados y buena suerte, señor. Es todo.
it's,
Sanctions.
Good morning, sir. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Buenos días, señor. Deme su nombre completo y su fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Buenos días. 8-13-86.
¿Y su nombre?
Carlos Sánchez.
Good morning. 8/13/86. My name is Carlos Sánchez.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. You are being
Gracias, señor
subpoenaed here
Sánchez.
this morning on a warrant that was issued for your arrest.
Lo estamos viendo esta mañana por una orden de detención por su arresto.
The charges include domestic violence, kidnapping, assault,
Las acu-
disorderly
Oye,
conduct.
Joana. Las acusaciones incluyen violencia doméstica, rapto, agresión y alteración del orden público.
Also includes charges of misdemeanor assault, aggravated assault, and criminal damage.
También incluyen acusaciones de agresión, agresión con agravantes y de daños a propiedad.
These offenses are alleged to have occurred between March and June of this year.
Estas acusaciones dicen que tomaron lugar entre los meses de marzo y junio de este año.
To remind you, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you.
Les recuerdo que tiene usted derecho de guardar silencio. Cualquier cosa que diga podrá ser en contra suya.
You also have the right to an attorney, and I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you.
También tiene derecho a representación legal y para eso le designo al defensor público del condado Pima para que lo defienda.
The attorney seated to your left is representing you in this hearing, so please direct any questions or concerns to her before saying anything out loud.
Ahora, la licenciada sentada a su lado está aquí para ayudar esta mañana, así es que si se le ocurre alguna pregunta, hágasela a ella en lugar de hablar en voz alta.
I've reviewed the warrant, the pretrial services report, and the state's recommendation.
Ya he revisado la orden de detención, la información de la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, Pretrial Services, tanto como la recomendación del fiscal.
The warrant was signed out by Judge Miller and request a $50,000 secured bond.
Ahora, la orden de detención se emitió por la juez Miller, donde se exige fianza de $50,000.
Pretrial services did not note any other matters pending for Mr. Sanchez.
Ahora, la indagación de la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio no indica ninguna otra acusación pendiente en contra del señor Sánchez.
Does not, he was rated a 4 and a 4 on the NCAA and FTA scales.
Ahora, la puntuación en la escala de reincidencias y de nuevos actos de violencia o de criminalidad son de 4 a 4.
Victim input was received by pretrial services, and I did take note of it.
La Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio pudo comunicarse con la víctima, se me dio cierta recomendación, pude tomar nota de eso.
And you see note of 4 prior felony convictions from 2012, the most recent in 2024.
Y se ven 4 condenas previas por delitos graves entre los años de 2017 hasta este año actual en curso.
State's recommendation is to honor the bond requested of $50,000.
La Fiscalía pide que se honre la solicitud para la fianza como se hizo por los $50,000.
Is there anything else to add from the state?
¿Y la defensa, algo más que comentar?
Your Honor, the state would just highlight the statement in the report about there being no injuries is not accurate, given my review of the file, that it was a violent incident and law enforcement did notate very noticeable injuries that had occurred.
El fiscal responde primeramente para decir que a pesar de haberse anotado que no hubo acción violenta en este caso, no es totalmente lo cierto, porque sí se nota que fue violenta la acción en contra de la víctima y que resultó en lesiones notables. Por eso es que pide que se honre la fianza como se dice.
That's all the state would add, Your Honor. Thank you.
Es todo lo que añadimos nosotros, señor. Gracias, dice el fiscal.
Defense?
Ahora la defensa.
He's never been arrested in this manner before, so he hasn't missed court.
Lo que dice primeramente es que nunca fue arrestado en este incidente, así es que no ha faltado ni negado a presentarse cuando se le hubiera indicado.
The alleged victim indicates that there were no injuries, but she does not object to his release, wants contact, and he's welcome to return home. But if Your Honor, if he was released and Your Honor indicated he should not, he would find somewhere else to stay.
Ahora, la víctima dice que no hubo ninguna violencia en contra de ella. Dice también que no se opone a que sea liberado ni que se le permita contacto o regresar a la residencia. Ahora, si el juez se ve renuente a liberarlo bajo esas condiciones y le prohíbe contacto y comunicación con la víctima, él buscará alternativas de vivienda.
He also is working full time.
Y también trabaja de tiempo completo.
That's it.
Thank you.
Es todo. Gracias.
Given the number and nature of the charges, I have some concerns for the potential safety to the community and to the alleged victims. and I do believe a bond is
Ahora,
appropriate.
en vista de la cantidad de antecedentes previos y el carácter de este caso actual, tengo ciertas inquietudes y precauciones por la seguridad de la comunidad y la víctima. Por eso sí me veo dispuesto a imponer fianzas. Espere. Go ahead, Joanna.
I'm going to honor Judge Miller's request of $50,000 secured. I will make that cash or secured.
Sí, vamos a honrar la petición de la juez Miller para imponerle fianza de $50,000, ya sea garantizado por propiedad o depositado en dinero efectivo.
And I'll order pretrial services supervision for Mr. Sanchez if bond is posted.
Si logra salir bajo fianza el señor Sánchez, se le ordena someterse a la supervisión y vigilancia de la Agencia de Servicios Previos al Juicio, Pretrial Services.
While I do take note of the alleged victim and victim representatives' statements, I do believe that a no contact order is in their best interest to ensure that everyone's health and safety is protected.
Ahora, sí considero y tomo nota de lo que dice la víctima, que no hubo violencia, pero pienso que para salvaguardar la seguridad de la comunidad y de la víctima, lo mejor y recomendable es de proveerle contacto y comunicación adicional con ella.
Additional conditions of release will follow in my written order.
Ya indicaré condiciones adicionales por escrito en mi fallo de esta mañana. Ya la recibirá usted.
The arraignment date is set for August the 21st at 1:30.
Se programa la audiencia de lectura de cargos formal el día 26 de agosto a la 1:30 por la tarde.
And sir, that's all I have for you. Please continue to cooperate with your attorneys and good luck.
Es todo por hoy, señor. Siga cooperando con su abogado y buena suerte.
Gracias.
Thank you.
And Gio, can we confirm Mr. Sanchez was the last Spanish-speaking defendant for the morning, correct?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
Yes,
Then I will dismiss the interpreter for the morning. Thank you very much for your assistance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, would you like to have the House misdemeanor first, or?
Yes, let's go ahead and take him and then proceed on down. Again, whenever we get to the bulk of the misdemeanors, the unhoused misdemeanors in the city and justice court, I'll just talk to all of them at once so we can hopefully move on a little bit quickly.
All right. Also, I have a gentleman an inmate, Brandon Avery. He's in the hospital right now, so he's not able.
So Mr. Averill is unavailable, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then I'll note Mr. Averill's unavailability. We'll move his matter to this evening's session. And we'll keep moving on. And I believe that was the only house, oh wait, I'm sorry, Averill was a house felon, excuse me. Okay. Yeah, okay. So are we moving on to the misdemeanors? Is that
Yeah, the House misdemeanor.
Okay.
This will be Alexander Eric.
all right, good morning, sir. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Alexander Paul Barrett, 9/15/05.
Morning. It's time set for your initial appearance. You are being seen here today on a warrant that was issued for your arrest on charges of misdemeanor domestic violence assault, disorderly conduct, and failing to appear at a court hearing. These offenses allegedly occurred in May and June of this year. To remind you, sir, you do have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you. And if I have somebody from pretrial services on the line, would you mind just refreshing your system? I don't see Mr. Barrick's pretrial services report. I'd like to take a look at that.
Morning, Your Honor. This is Jeff with pretrial. I apologize. I forgot to add Mr. Barrick to the misdemeanor screening list. We do not have a report for him. He's not before the court on domestic violence charges. Looks like he is sentenced in a different matter at Pima County Jail, and that's why we weren't able to release him this morning.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm seeing here now. Mr. Barrick, you are being held on a separate matter in the Superior Court. That's not in front of me today. I do apologize for the oversight there. So what I'm going to do in this matter is simply appoint the City Public Defender's Office to represent you. And I'm going to schedule a video review hearing for you in front of Judge Millian on August the 26th at 1:30 in the afternoon. I'll honor the bond amount as requested of $250, so you can receive time credit if that's appropriate. I'm going to order that you will not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, commit any acts of domestic violence, or have any contact with any alleged victim in this case. And with that, sir, that's all I have for you. Thank you very much. You're excused.
That's it.
Okay.
Great. Great.
All right.
Number 8, Derek Gonzalez, is the murder one. The state, they're saying that it's a general's case, but the general, they emailed us and they didn't respond. So, we won't have a record for that. Yeah, the attorney general.
Just yell.
All right. Unmute. All right. Good morning. I'm going to address anybody in the room. Please raise your hand if you can hear me. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Judge Padilla. I'm presiding over this session of initial appearances. I'm going to be seeing each one of you in turn in the seat right in front of the camera, but I'm going to give you all the same rights advisement at the same time so we can hopefully save a little bit of time for everybody. First of all, I want you to know that you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say today can be used against you. Second, you have the right to an attorney. Now, some of you will be appointed an attorney by me this morning. Others will be appointed one at a later date, but you always have the right to retain one at your own expense. You have the right to be presumed innocent and to have the state bear the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt of your guilt. You have the right to attend all hearings in your case, including a trial, where again it is on the state to prove that you are guilty through competent witnesses and evidence. At a trial, you would have the right to challenge the state's witnesses and evidence, present witnesses and evidence in your own defense. You could testify in your own defense, or say nothing and your silence could not be used against you. If convicted, you would have the right to appeal your conviction and any punishment to the next higher court. But if you fail to attend any hearing in your case, including a trial, it could go on without you. New charges could be filed against you and a warrant could issue for your arrest. Additionally, If you're found guilty at a trial, but you cannot be sentenced within 90 days because of your absence, you could lose that appeal right, and you'd be stuck with whatever punishment is imposed. So with that, we'll move on. Is this Mr. Salaya?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Eli Orlando Salaya, 07/22/1992.
All right, Mr. Salaya, good morning. You're being seen here today on a couple of different cases. The first is a warrant that was issued for your arrest in the Pima County Justice Court on charges of shoplifting and criminal trespass. The second, you have some cases in the Tucson City Court related to charges of resisting arrest, shoplifting, criminal trespass, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Did you understand what I was just saying about all of your rights and responsibilities?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then on the new charges against you, I'm going to enter a plea of not guilty on your behalf. And I'm going to schedule some hearings for you. The first is going to be on that warrant in the Justice Court. It's going to be on September the 8th at 9 a.m. at the Justice Court. You know where that is?
Yes, sir.
Can you get yourself to the court on the 8th if I release you?
Yes.
Then I will release you on your promise. I'm going to order that you will not contact any alleged victim or go back to wherever this shoplifting allegedly occurred. On your city court matter, I'm going to schedule a hearing in front of Judge Mayhew on September 16th at 9:30 in the morning. You know where the city court is, sir?
Yes.
Can you get yourself there if I were to release you?
Yes.
Then I'll release you on your promise. I'm going to order that you not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs, and that you not go back to wherever any of these incidences allegedly occurred. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Well, that's all I have for you. You'll be released later today. Please make sure and attend your hearings. Good luck. Thank you.
By permutation right now?
I'm not sure if it's going to be instantly, but it'll be later today.
I think.
Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Sean Michael Noman, 9568.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Were you present in the room when I was just reading everybody their rights?
I was.
Did you understand what I was saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, so you're being seen here this morning on a few different matters. The first we'll talk about is a warrant that was issued in the Marana Town Court on charges of misdemeanor assault and failing to appear from 2025. The second is a warrant out of the Pima County Justice Court on failing to provide an animal with potable water from September of 2025. The third is another warrant from the Justice Court on charges of knowingly displaying a false license plate and failing to appear from May and June of this year. And you have cases, a new charge in the Justice Court on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia. I'm going to enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf to the new charge. And I'm going to schedule some hearings, a couple of hearings for you, sir. The first in the Marana case is going to be on September the 9th at 10 a.m. So in just a couple of weeks, if I release from custody, can you get yourself to Marana, the Marana Town
Yes.
Court?
Yes, Your Honor.
And release you on your promise in order that you will not have any contact of any kind with the alleged victim in that case, to include going to wherever they work or live. On the Justice Court cases, I'm going to set hearings on all three of the matters, the new one and the two warrants. That'll be on September the 8th at 9 a.m. So just the day before your Marana Court case, you're going to be seen on all three of these. Can you get yourself to the Justice Court in downtown Tucson if I release you?
That would depend on how much I party on my birthday on the 5th of September. I'm just kidding. Yes, I can, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
September the 8th, 9 a.m., sir.
Thank you.
And with that, that's all I've got for you. You'll be released later today. Please make sure and attend all these hearings. If you're going to have difficulty attending any of them, you need to contact the court beforehand to arrange for an alternate date. Otherwise, you can end up right back in jail, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You're excused. Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Cicados, 6/14/1982.
Get it? Were you present in the room when I was just reading everybody their rights?
Yes, sir.
And did you understand what I was saying?
Yes.
Okay. And answer. I'll let you know you have a couple matters here this morning. The first is a warrant issued by Judge Cornejo in the Justice Court in January of this year. This relates to a charge of misdemeanor theft from July of last year. You also have a misdemeanor case in the Justice Court. I'm sorry, in the Tucson City Court, excuse me, on a charge of, multiple charges of misdemeanor domestic violence assault, disorderly conduct, and endangerment, allegedly occurring in looks to be October of last year. So just to remind you, sir, you do have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you. Just going to take a look here at the file for just a second, all right? Just bear with. Okay. Don't have a pretrial services report for you, sir. So we're gonna have to move a little differently. On your misdemeanor case in the Justice Court, I'm going to schedule a hearing for you on September the 8th at 10 a.m. in front of Judge Cornejo, the judge who issued the warrant. Can you get yourself to the Justice Court if I release you, sir?
Yes, sir.
And release you on that matter. I'm going to order that you will not have any contact of any kind with any alleged victim in that case. Second, city court matter, I'm going to set an arraignment for you in front of Judge Wendy Millian on September the 15th. Can you get yourself to the Superior Court if I were to, I'm sorry, to the City Court if I release you, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I don't have any input from the alleged victim or the victim representative, so I'm going to have to err on the caution here. The alleged victim, do you live with them?
Nope.
Okay. I'm going to order that you not have any contact or to include going to wherever she works, lives, or attends school. I'm going to order that you will not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you will not commit. Again, sir, your hearing is going to be on the 15th at 1:30. Please make sure and attend that hearing. Both there and at the other on the other case. And that's all I have for you. Thank you. You're
Thank
excused.
you.
Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Kevin Matthew, sorry. Kevin Matthew Bureau, 9/13/1996.
Thank you, Mr. Vero. Were you present in the room a few minutes ago when I was reading everybody their rights?
Yes,
Did you understand what I was saying?
yes.
And sir, you're being seen here this morning on charges of misdemeanor domestic violence, threats and intimidation, and then DUI, simple DUI, and extreme DUI. All of this allegedly occurred yesterday evening. I should remind you, you do have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be used against you. I'm going to take a look here at the file for a minute, all right? So just bear with me.
Okay.
All right. The alleged victim of the domestic violence charge, Mr. Hughes, do you live with him?
No.
He was not able to be reached for comment on conditions of release. So I have to err on the side of caution in order that you will not have any contact with him to include going to wherever he works or lives. You understand that?
Yes.
I'm going to schedule your arraignment date for August 20th at 8:30 in the morning at the Green Valley Justice Court. Do you know where that is?
Yes.
Can you get yourself to that court on the 20th at 8:30 if I release you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then I will release you. I'm going to order again. You will not have any contact with Mr. Hughes. You will not commit any acts of domestic violence. You will not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you will not drive a vehicle without a valid license. Do you understand all of that?
Yes.
Then that's all I have for you. You're going to be released later today. Please make sure and abide by these conditions, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Paul Anthony Aragon, 01/28/1999.
Mr. Aragon, were you present in the room a minute ago when I was talking to everybody about their rights?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you understand what I was saying?
I do, sir.
So you're being seen here today on a warrant, as well as some new charges out of the city court. This relates to charges of shoplifting, possession of prescription drugs, possession of drug paraphernalia, and a new charge involving shoplifting. Looks like you're also being held on a separate matter in the Superior Court. That's not in front of me this morning. It's just the case I was just talking about. So I'm going to appoint the City Public Defender's Office to represent you. And I'm going to schedule what's called a non-transport review hearing for you. That's going to be on September the 18th at 9 a.m. I'm not going to hold you on this since you're already being held on your felony matter, but I will order that if you are released, you will not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs or go back to wherever any of these incidents allegedly occurred. You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf of these charges. Again, you'll have an attorney representing you on this matter. Again, not holding you on this, but you are being held on separate. So please cooperate with your attorneys from the City Public Defender's Office, and good luck. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and
Morning.
date of birth?
Aaron Griffith, June 2nd, 1968.
All right, Mr. Griffith. Were you sitting in the, excuse me, were you sitting in the back when I was reading everybody the rights a few minutes ago?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand what I was saying?
Yes, sir.
You're being seen here today on a couple of warrants and then a new charge in the city court. The new charge is involves possession of drug paraphernalia, allegedly occurring last night. Let's see, you're not being held on any other matter. So I'm going to schedule a pretrial hearing for you in front of Judge Verena at the City Court on September 17th at 2 p.m. Can you get yourself to the City Court in downtown Tucson if I release you?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to release you on this matter. I'm going to order that you will not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs. You're not to go back to wherever any of these incidences allegedly occurred. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Well, that's all I have for you. Please make sure and attend your hearings and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Fernando Ontiveros, 5/16/82.
All right, Mr. Ontiveros. You're being seen here this morning. First of all, were you sitting in the back of the room when I was reading everybody their rights?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand what I was saying?
Yes.
And I'll let you know that you are being seen here on charges of shoplifting and possession of drug paraphernalia from earlier today. I'm sorry, from yesterday evening, excuse me. You also appear to be being held on a separate felony matter. Okay. That's not in front of me this morning, just the misdemeanor case I'm talking about. So on your city court case, I'm going to appoint the city public defender's office to represent you. And I'm going to schedule a hearing for you on September the 18th at 9 a.m. This was called a non-transport review hearing, so you may not be in attendance to that, but you will have an attorney representing you. I will not be holding you on this matter since you're already being held on your felony. If you are released, you're going to have to contact the city public defender's office and the city court to arrange to be seen by Judge Cranshaw and resolve this matter. I'm going to order that you will not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs or go back to wherever these incidents occurred. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. And that's all I have for you, sir. Thank you very much. You're excused.
Thank you.
Good morning. Can you please tell me your
Good
full
morning.
name and date of birth?
Yes. Anthony Richard Robles, November 16th, 1993.
Thank you, Mr. Robles. Were you sitting in the back of the room when I was reading everybody their rights?
Yes.
Did you understand what I was saying?
Yes.
Right. Sir, you're being seen here this morning on, looks like to be a warrant issued for your arrest, and this relates to charges of criminal trespass in the 3rd degree, shoplifting, possession of drug paraphernalia, and repeats of those same offenses. All right, sir. Take a look here. All right, so I'm going to set a hearing for you in front of Judge Cranshaw at the city court. You know where that is?
Yes.
All right, that hearing is going to be on September the 15th at 2 p.m. Can you get yourself to the courthouse on the 15th if I release you?
Yes.
Good. Then I'm going to release you on your promise. I'm going to order that you will not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you're not to go back to wherever any of these incidences occurred. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's all I've got for you, sir. Please make sure and attend your hearings and good luck.
You too.
Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
9981.
Sorry, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Can you please speak up?
Jesus Silva's 9981.
Thank you, Mr. Silvas. Were you sitting in the back of the room when I was reading everybody their rights?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand what I was saying?
Yes, sir.
Right. Sir, you're being seen here this morning on charges of possession of prescription drug and drug paraphernalia from earlier this morning. I'm going to enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf, and I'm going to appoint the city public defender's office to represent you since it looks like you're being held on a adult probation matter. I'm going to schedule a non-transport review hearing for you on September 18th at 9:30. You will have the assistance of the public defender's office on that matter. If you are released, I'm not going to hold you on this matter. So I'm sorry, if you're released from your felony matter, you'll be released on this as well. I'm going to order that you will not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs. And that's it, sir. Thank you very much. You're excused. Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Amanda Maria Veja, 6/30/1990.
Thank you, Ms. Veja. Were you sitting in the back of the room when I was reading everybody their rights a minute ago?
Yes, sir.
Did you understand what I was saying?
Yes, sir.
All right. And let you know you are being seen here today on a charge of misdemeanor domestic violence criminal damage, allegedly occurring yesterday evening. I'm just going to take a look here at your file for a few minutes, so just bear with me, all right?
Yeah.
So you're not being held on any other matter. You don't live with the alleged victim, Mr. Campas Heredia? You don't live
No,
with
sir.
him?
No, sir.
He's indicated to pretrial services that he doesn't wish to have any further contact with you, but does not object to your being released. So I'm going to release you on promise that you can appear for an arraignment in front of Judge Wendy Millian at the Tucson City Court on September the 15th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Can you do that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I will release you on your promise. I'm going to order again that you will not have any contact with Mr. Campas Herida, and you will not commit any acts of domestic violence. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
I'll enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf of the charge. Should be released later today. Please make sure and attend your hearings, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
For saying that. Okay. Thanks.
morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Yes, Your Honor. So Dana Christopher Anderson, and my date of birth is 7/30 of 1979.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Does defense wish to waive reading of the charges?
Yes.
All right, so ordered. All right, Mr. Henderson, you are being seen here this morning on a couple of different matters. We're going to go through. The first is a felony complaint.
Sure.
That was filed by the Tucson Police Department. Your attorney can go over that with you. You also have a misdemeanor case in the Tucson City Court involving charges of shoplifting, possession of drug paraphernalia, and criminal trespass. Just remind you again, sir, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you. You also have the right to an attorney, and I'm going to appoint on the felony matter the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you.
Okay.
The attorney.
Sorry, Your Honor. Sorry.
Okay.
Does Alan Bond still work in the Public Defender's Office? Mr. Alan Bond?
No, he's a city clerk.
Okay. Sorry, Your Honor. Sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The attorney seated right next to you is going to represent you in this hearing. So if you have any questions or concerns, you can talk with her, okay?
Okay.
All right. I reviewed the interim complaint, the pretrial services report, and the state's recommendation. I do see Mr. Anderson is not being held on any other matters. He was rated a 5, 6, and 5, respectively, on the NCA and FDA scales. And he did have a third-party reference who was able to verify housing and employment. I did note the felony criminal history dating from 2006 to 2023. $8 in total. State's recommendation is for $2,500 bond. Pretrial services supervision. Is there anything else to add from the state?
Your Honor, the state only primarily recommended the bond is given the warrant that he's already incurred for a case that was from a couple months ago. So the state's okay with a low bond, not vehemently opposed to release, but there's some concerns with his ability to appear if he already has that warrant at a city court.
Thank you. In defense?
Yes, Your Honor. He has been homeless, although they were able to verify some aspects with respect to his housing. And he's not working right now, so he can't really post any bond. If released, he would come to court. He would reach his mother and work with her to make sure that we get to court, follow the rules. So we would ask that you consider that. It looks like there's that warrant from, but it's from June 12th. It's not a really old warrant. And he was homeless at the time.
Thank you. And I did take that into account, as well as the new charges in the city court, which are from, used to be yesterday. So I do believe a bond is appropriate. I'm going to order a $2,000 cash or secured bond with pretrial services supervision if bond is posted. There'll be additional written conditions of release in my order. I'm going to set the preliminary hearing date for August the 25th at 1:30. And on the city court matter, I'm going to appoint Mr. Anderson. I'm going to appoint the City Public Defender's Office to represent you and set a non-transport review hearing for you for September the 16th at 9:30 in the morning. I'm not going to hold you on this since I'm already holding you on the felony. I'm simply going to order that you will not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you will not go back to wherever this incident allegedly occurred. I'm going to enter pleas of not guilty on your behalf of this charge and advise you that in addition to the rights I've already mentioned, you have the right to be presumed innocent and have the state bear the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt of your guilt. You have the right to attend all hearings in your case, including the trial, where again you are presumed innocent. You have the right to challenge the state's evidence of that trial, present witnesses and evidence of your own, testify on your own behalf, or remain silent, and your silence could not be held against you. If convicted, you would have the right to appeal. However, if you fail to attend any hearing in your case, including that trial, it could go on in your absence. New charges could be filed against you and a warrant could issue for your arrest. If you're found guilty at a trial but you can't be sentenced within 90 days, then you could lose the right to appeal that conviction and you'd be stuck with whatever punishment is imposed. With that, sir, that's all I have for you. Please continue to cooperate with your attorneys and good luck.
Okay. Go away next week. You'll talk to the lawyer.
Okay.
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 Okay. What?
They'll be calling you.
I'll talk to whoever's appointed.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Lucas Dominguez, 2/14/08.
Thank you, Mr. Dominguez. You're being seen here this morning on charges of furnishing harmful or obscene items to minors and a weapons misconduct charge facing a firearm. Remind you of the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you. You also have the right to an attorney, and I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. The attorney seated to your left is going to represent you in this hearing, so if you have any questions or concerns, please speak with her before saying anything out loud. Do you understand? I need you to answer out loud.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I reviewed the interim complaint, the pretrial services report, and the state's recommendation. I did take note of Mr. Dominguez's age, the lack of any criminal felony or juvenile history, and that he had a third-party reference who could be reached to verify housing and employment and did offer third-party support. Mr. Dominguez was also a 2 and a 1 on the NCAA and FDA scales. State's recommendation was pretrial services release. Is there anything else to add from the state?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense, I'm inclined to agree. Do you have any additional comment?
No.
All right, then, Mr. Dominguez, I'm going to give you an opportunity to resolve this matter out of custody. So I'm going to place you under the supervision of pretrial services. This is an arm of the court that is designed to help defendants maintain compliance with court orders and attend all hearings without having to be in custody. So on Monday morning, you're going to call pretrial services at the number that's going to be given to you. You're going to call the Pima County Public Defender's Office at the number that's going to be given to you. You're going to maintain contact with both of those offices and do whatever they tell you need to do, comply, and complete this process. Do you understand? I'm going to order that you will not possess any firearms or weapons, and if you have any firearms in your possession, you will surrender those to law enforcement within 48 hours of your release. I'm going to set your preliminary hearing date for September the 4th at 1:30 in the afternoon. So again, sir, you're going to be released later today. You must comply with these conditions, and you must call pretrial services and your attorneys on Monday morning. Do you understand?
Sir.
Okay. And that's all I have for you, sir. Thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Good morning. My name is Derek Gonzalez.
What's your date of birth, sir?
Oh, 7/23/92.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. You're being seen here this morning on a warrant that was issued for your arrest. It's signed by Judge Kelly Johnson of the Pima County Superior Court yesterday. This includes 2 felony charges, including domestic violence, first-degree murder, allegedly occurring in June of this year. Remind you, sir, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you. You also have the right to an attorney, and I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. The attorney seated to your left is going to represent you in this hearing. So if you have any questions or concerns, please speak with her before saying anything out loud. Do you understand?
Yes.
Judge, can you give me a minute?
Yes, please go right ahead.
Thanks.
And Judge, do you have access to the actual complaint? Is this an AG case, or another agency?
I can't see the, let me see, I have the warrant itself, arresting agency with the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can't find some information in Agave.
Second on here, I'm just taking a peek. This guy you released him, you signed a PD. The outtake group was the outtake. I think he wanted an NTR date instead of an. Oh yeah, that's right. That's really. I'll just make that. Or adjust it. Actually, okay. Oh. And it might not be a complaint, Your Honor. It might just have an affidavit of some sort. We didn't have access to it.
Hey, Judge.
Nor did my clerk, but I'm going to see if I can't locate something else in Agave. So just bear with me.
She stationed yesterday. So.
Okay. Unfortunately, no. Though I do understand. Clerk did inform me that this wasn't a case that you had additional information on, Mr. Goodman. So I wasn't expecting a recommendation from you.
It's the way at least it looks to me, Judge. It's very possible law enforcement went to the Superior Court to get the arrest warrant.
Yeah.
And then now the case will initiate the normal course. As with the assuming we're gonna IM this morning. Is the next date gonna be a prelim in
No, this one, since a warrant was sworn out, it's going to be an arraignment on the 21st.
Okay.
Regardless of condition of release.
Okay.
But there's no CR number yet.
No, all I have is the arrest number, arrest warrant number, I should say, 2026 000-001.
But was he indicted? It just says a complaint warrant.
All I have is the probable cause arrest warrant that was signed out by Judge on the 14th.
Right, but I don't think he was indicted yet, is what I'm saying. I think he would have to have a preliminary hearing date. Don't you, Peter?
I mean, pretrial saying it's a complaint and warrant, Judge. So if he's not indicted, I'd imagine he'd have to get a prelim in Superior Court if it's at a Superior Court.
That's what I think. So,
I'm just taking a look at the booking information. I'm just having my clerk look at something really quick.
And Judge, I'm going to see if I can get somebody else on the phone as well, if you'll give me a brief moment.
Go right ahead.
set it for her stuff. They have to set it for her. That's what I'm it's just a complaint. We don't have access to the complaint.
A complaint is not filed within 48 hours after initial appearance before the judge. The arrested person must be immediately released from custody and then pending preliminary hearing custody date. Yeah. So.
Actually, I think Judge. I think this is actually one of the new probable cause warrants.
Yeah.
$1338.97. Okay. All right. So, apologies, this was something I'd recalled, but I hadn't quite had time enough to call it to the top of mind. The arrest warrant per 3897 and administrative order 2025-177 and 170 require the interim complaint to be filed with the warrant at the time of the initial appearance. That has not occurred, so I'm not going to action this matter. I will continue it to the next session.
I'm back, Judge.
Yes, and Mr. Goodman, I'm not sure if you just heard me, but this arrest warrant, or this probable cause warrant, was sworn out under ARS 133897A in accordance with the administrative orders, specifically 2025-170 and 177. The interim complaint must accompany the warrant at the time of the initial appearance. I do not have a complaint in front of me, and so I cannot action this matter and schedule anything. So I'm simply going to reset this matter until the PM session. And this will allow the sheriff's department or whatever the, whether it's the county attorney's office or the attorney general's office, to have time to complete that interim complaint and present it to the IA judge this evening.
We're gonna do is continue to 7 p.m. tonight. I'm gonna find out who is hearings tonight, send them an email.
Okay. And live in order that law enforcement agency, the responsible law enforcement agency shall provide the court with the appropriate interim complaint by established cutoff time so that this matter can be fairly adjudicated. All right, sir. Do apologize for the confusion. You're going to unfortunately have to sit tight for a little while. We will try to ensure that this case is dealt with by this evening at 7 p.m. But that's all I have for you. You're excused. Thank you.
So
Thank you. Have a good day.
email the lawyer, the two hearings.
Okay.
Email them,
Oh,
see,
give
give
us
them
some.
background information and see. We find out. Okay,
Thank you.
okay, good luck.
In case we want to set that. Good evening. I'm sorry, good morning. Excuse me. Can you please give your full name and date of birth?
Lorenzo Aguilera, 5682.
Did you want to talk to everyone for the regular felonies first? They moved the strings. I assume that's because they got, you might want to talk to everyone.
No, that's good. Yes, I'll take the time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jeff Padilla. I'm presiding over this session of initial appearances. You're all going to be seen in turn by me on a range of cases that are both in the felony, the Superior Court, in the City Court, or in the Justice Court. Remind all of you, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I will be appointing each one of you an attorney today. But for the purposes of this hearing, the individual seated to all of your left is going to be the attorney representing you in this session. So if you have any questions or concerns, I'll ask you to talk with her before saying anything on the record. Okay? All right. So we can move on, Mr. Aguilera. Thank you very much. You're being seen here today on a few different matters. The first is a warrant that was issued by Judge Sue Canastra at the Pima County Superior Court in July of last year on charges of aggravated DUI, driving on a suspended or revoked license, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You have a new complaint, a felony complaint of possession of a dangerous drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. And you have 2 misdemeanor warrants for shoplifting and, shoplifting in the Justice Court and a separate charge of shoplifting in the Saudi Municipal Court. So we'll get started here with your felony matter. I did review the warrant and the interim complaint, as well as the state's recommendation as to both and the pretrial services report. Mr. Aguilera was a 5 and a 6 on the NCAA and FTA scales. On the warrant amount, or the warrant itself, it does appear that this is a refiled matter, and summons was sent to a South Oakleaf Drive residence. Booking information indicates that the address for Mr. Aguilera is a general delivery. And this doesn't appear to have been, this appears to be the first time he was arrested on this current matter. There's only 1 prior felony conviction in 2002, the pending matter, and then 2 prior misdemeanor DUI cases in 2009, 2011, respectively. State's recommendation on the warrant was to honor the bond as requested of $500 with pretrial services supervision. And on the interim complaint, a $1,000 bond with the steps court evaluation. Is there anything else to add from the state?
Would just note that he has at least 2 other warrants for cases that go back a couple years, but nothing to add beyond that from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Scoop. Okay. And defense?
Yeah, so this was a dismissed case that was refiled and he wasn't aware of it, which is why didn't receive the information to go to court. He wasn't being willful, and so if you are setting a bond in that case, we'd ask that you set a nominal bond in the possession case instead of steps hearing. His prior conviction is from 2002, so it's old. And it's old, I said.
Yes, I heard.
Okay, and his DUIs are a little old too before this one. So we'd ask that you consider those factors. Setting a bond.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. And I do believe bond is appropriate just given the number of warrants and the number of courts. I will I'll honor Judge Canastra's request of $500 cash secured in the warrant case of the aggravated DUI. That will be set for an arraignment on the 21st at 1:30 in the afternoon. If bond is posted, I'll order that Mr. Aguilera will be under the supervision of pretrial services and shall not possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. On the new complaint, I'll impose a $500 cash secured bond with pretrial services supervision for the 24th at 9 a.m. Preliminary hearing date will follow on the following day, 25th at 1:30. Same conditions will apply as in this case. And on the misdemeanor warrants, I'm going to schedule, Mr. Aguilera, I'm going to schedule you for a hearing in Sahuarita on September the 8th at 8:30. I'll release you on this matter and order simply you not have any contact with any alleged victim in that case. And on your justice court matter, I'm going to schedule a hearing for you
Okay, on now, state.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only one now.
He's not done.
No, because we only do it on Tuesday at 9 now. Yeah. You can put it and then I'll make a note of it for, because we don't do them all exactly at 9. Yeah. Yeah. I'll make a note of it. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna leave a note here. All right, sir. And on your justice court case, I'm going to schedule your arraignment for September the 8th at 9 a.m. Understanding that that is the same day as your other case. I'm going to leave a note for Judge Garza that you have a separate matter, and likewise the clerk will make sure there's an annotation there so you are not inadvertently deemed as failing to appear. However, if you do believe you're going to be late for either of these hearings, you need to contact the court beforehand and let them know that you're going to need to reschedule. Otherwise, a warrant could issue for your arrest, and you could be end up right back in jail. All right.
Okay. Well, what am I gonna need to bond out today?
The warrant amounts. The warrant amount was $500, and the bond amount I said in the other case was $500. So about $1,000 for both of those cases in total. I'm not holding you on the bond. I'm not only on bond of the other misdemeanors. And with that, that's all I have for you, sir. Thank you. Your excuse.
You'll get paperwork on each of the cases. If you do bond out to bank or as a state, or you might not be able to participate. Okay? Okay.
All right. Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth? Oh,
Patrick Dwayne Shumpy, the second. Hey.
All right, Mr. Chandler. And what's your birthday?
August 18th.
Thank you, sir. All right, you're being seen here this morning on a charge of domestic violence, aggravated assault, allegedly occurring yesterday. And sir, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be held against you. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. But remember, the attorney seated next to you is going to represent you in this matter, so please talk with her before saying anything out loud. All right. I reviewed the infant complaint, the pretrial services report, and the state's recommendation. Mr. Chamberlain does not have any other matters pending. He was rated a 2 and a 1 on the NCA and FTA scales. A third-party reference was reached, and there was no felony or misdemeanor criminal history as noted. I do believe the alleged victim, one of the alleged victims, is present on the line, Mr. Chambly Sr. Are you on the line, sir? Yeah, I'm sorry. If you're calling in, you can press star 68. You unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello, is this Mr. Chambly?
Hello?
Hello,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Is this Mr. Chambly, Senior?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Judge Padilla. I'm presiding over this session of the initial appearance calendar. If you've been observant at all, you'll understand that the nature of this hearing is to discuss whether or not a defendant will be released from custody, and if so, under what conditions. We don't discuss the facts of what happened or didn't
Yes, sir.
happen. We simply, what I'm looking for is information related to the possible release of any defendant and what conditions may apply or may need to apply in order to keep people safe and healthy. I did see that you gave information to pretrial services, and I did take that into account. If there's anything you'd like to change about your input, or if there's anything you'd like to add to it, please feel free to tell me so now.
No, sir.
Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
We went last night to the CRC. We went to the CRC last night and got an admission report.
Okay.
Evaluation. Have a copy of that. It'll sit in the parking lot now. Bring it in to the jail.
Okay. Yeah, and sir, was there anything else that you wanted me to I'm sorry, what was that?
No, sir. Just to release to the CRC.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, sir. All right.
You're welcome.
All right. State's recommendation is for $50,000 bond with pretrial services supervision. Is there anything else to add from the state?
Your Honor, the state would just add it's not transparent in the interim complaint, but my understanding is that SWAT had to be involved. He wouldn't come out voluntarily, and had to essentially be flashbanged, out of the residence by them. So just given the allegations and the nature of that as well, the state believes a bond is appropriate.
Thank you. And defense?
Yes, Your Honor. Sounded like his father was saying, and I couldn't quite understand, but it sounded like he was saying he wanted him to be released to CRC. There does appear to be the mental health aspect involved, as well as in the interim complaint, there's a discussion of his autism and his ability to function that way. It seems like his father's very concerned about his well-being. So obviously he doesn't have criminal history or domestic violence cases, and it seems like there might be some ongoing mental health breakdown.
Thank you. And well, actually, I can't order that mental health evaluation, that he complete a mental health evaluation, or that he be petitioned into a Title 36 proceeding. Obviously, the jail is more than equipped to make that evaluation and assessment and refer the matter to the county attorney's office if they so determine appropriate. But based on the information I do see from the interim complaint, I do believe that there is a potential threat or risk to the alleged victims and to the community. So I am going to hold Mr. Chambly on a $20,000 cash or secured bond and order pretrial services supervision if bond is posted. I will order, Mr. Chambly, that you will not possess any firearms or weapons, and you will surrender any firearms you may have if released to law enforcement within 48 hours. Within 48 hours. And you will submit to any monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. I am going to order that you will avoid contact with the alleged victims, to include going to wherever they work or live. Your preliminary hearing date was going to be scheduled for August the 25th at 1:30.
Judge, Would you allow these telephonic contact between him and the alleged victim who's on the phone? And it looks like in the report, he said he welcomes further contact, and given the circumstances and nature of the case, it seems like some contact might be warranted.
The state, do you have any position on the request?
No, Your Honor. If it's telephonic, then I'm not seeing an issue, at least as far as that.
Then I will I'll grant the request from defense, and I will allow that the defendant may have telephonic only contact with the alleged victim. I'm still going to keep the order that the defendant, if released, shall not go to the victim's residence or place of work. Again, the preliminary hearing date is August 25th at 1:30. All right, Mr. Chambly, please cooperate with your attorneys and good luck. And Mr. Chambly Sr., thank you very much for attending this session. Your input is welcome and important. If you wish to observe the rest of the session, you are free to do so. I would just ask you to mute yourself. Otherwise, you can feel free to disconnect at this time, sir. Thank you very much for attending.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good evening. I'm sorry, good morning. Excuse me. Please tell me your full name and date of birth.
8/21/2007.
Thank you, Ms. Cisneros. You're being seen here this morning on two different matters. The first is a felony complaint alleging criminal damage from yesterday. The second is a warrant that was issued for your arrest in the Marana Town Court by Judge Libby Shelton for a charge of shoplifting from December of last year and failing to appear from June of this year. Again, remind you, please remember you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be used against you. And if you have any questions or concerns, please consult with your attorney, okay? I reviewed the interim complaint as well as the pretrial services report and the state's recommendation. Ms. Cisneros didn't have any matters pending, was a 4 and a 4 on the NCA and FDA scales. Unfortunately, she couldn't be interviewed due to some time constraints at the jail, and there wasn't a reference that could be reached to verify housing and employment. But I did take note of Ms. Cisneros' age. State's recommendation is for a $2,500 bond. And I'm sorry, there was no felony or juvenile history noted. The state's recommendation was for $2,500 bond with pretrial services supervision. Is there anything else to add from the state?
Your Honor, that was primarily due to the 3 warrants out of the Marana court noted by pretrial going back to 2025.
Thank you. Defense?
As we're asking that you release her to supervision of pretrial services, she, like you indicated, she's got no criminal history or juvenile criminal history, felonies wise, and the interim complaint note, the officer noted that she was very truthful and cooperative during the investigation. So we're asking that you give her an opportunity to appear in court. She has the Miranda warrants and show that she's gonna do what she needs to do if we release her.
Thank you. And Mrs. Harris, I'm going to give you an opportunity to resolve this matter out of custody. So I'm going to place you under the supervision of pretrial services. And on Monday, what you're going to do is contact the pretrial services. You're going to call them at the number that's going to be provided to you. You're also going to contact the Pima County Public Defender's Office, whom I'm appointing to represent you. So Monday, you're going to contact both those offices, and you're going to do whatever they tell you need to do to prepare for the next stages in this case. You understand? I'm going to order as part of this condition of my conditions of release that you will not have any contact with the alleged victim, to include going to wherever they work or live. Do you understand that? The preliminary hearing date is going to be scheduled for September the 4th at 1:30 in the afternoon. As far as your Miranda court matters, I'm going to set a single hearing for all three matters on September the 9th at 10 a.m. at the Miranda Municipal Court. I'm going to release you on promise that you can appear on the 9th. Can you do that, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
So again, that hearing is on the 9th at 10 a.m. I'm going to order that you will not return to any incident location where any of these alleged shoplifts occurred. Do you understand?
Yes.
And that's all I have for you, ma'am. You're going to be released later today. Please make sure and contact pretrial services, and good luck. Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
James Coulter, 8/23/77.
Coulter. Being seen here this morning on charges of disorderly conduct with a deadly weapon, being a prohibited possession of a deadly weapon, failing to admit to the possession of a deadly weapon when contacted by law enforcement, and false reporting to law enforcement, all allegedly occurring yesterday. Again, reminding you, sir, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you. If you have any questions or concerns, please talk with your attorney. All right? For the record, I am going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. I have reviewed the interim complaint as well as the state's recommendation, the pretrial services report. I noted that Mr. Coulter had approximately 6 prior felony convictions stemming between approximately 1993 and 2015. He's not being held on any matter currently that I have mentioned. He is a 4 and a 3 on the NCNFTA scales. He could not, unfortunately, be interviewed by pretrial services because of some time constraints. And there wasn't a third-party reference who could be reached to speak about housing or employment. And I forgot to note that at least 4 of those prior convictions were involving a firearm. State's recommendation is $25,000 bond with pretrial services supervision. Is there anything else to add from the state?
And Your Honor, and that was the basis for the higher bond, given the prior convictions for firearm-related offenses, one of which was a 9-year prison term. So that is why the state's recommending the $25,000 bond.
All right. Thank you. In defense?
Yes, Your Honor, he obviously has ties to Arizona, given his history. And aside from that, we've nothing to add to the report that you haven't noted.
Thank you. Based on the information, I do think a bond is appropriate. I'm going to order a $10,000 cash secured bond with pretrial services supervision if bond is posted. Mr. Coulter, if you do post the bond, I'm going to place you under the supervision of pretrial services in order that you will submit to all monitoring or treatment as they direct. I'm also going to order that you will not possess any firearms or weapons, and you shall surrender all firearms you may have to law enforcement within 48 hours of your release. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be scheduled for August the 25th at 1:30. So for now, please cooperate with your attorneys so that you can be prepared for the next stages in your case. And that's all I have for you, sir. Thank you. You're excused.
What?
Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Robert Davis III, 11/9/1978.
Davis, good morning. You're being seen here today on on 2 different warrants, excuse me. The first was issued by Judge Catherine Monroe, the Pima County Superior Court, on charges of misconduct involving a weapon from March of 2025. The second is a warrant signed out by Judge Clayton Cam on February 26th, February 13th of this year. And this relates to a charge also of misconduct involving a firearm from September of 2025. To remind you, sir, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you. I am going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you on both of these cases. If you have any questions or concerns about these warrants, please talk with your attorney seated to your left, okay? All right, I reviewed both warrants. The warrant signed off by Judge Monroe requested $2,500 bond. Judge Cam's warrant requested $10,000 bond. Retail Services didn't note any other matters pending. Mr. Davis was rated 3 and a 3 on the NCA and FTA scales. In both matters, it appears that summons was mailed to the defendant at respective times prior to an arraignment date, which was missed. Both appear to have been mailed, summons mailed to a North Alvernon address. The booking information does not list an address on Fort Lowell. And this does appear to be the first time Mr. Davis has been arrested on both of these warrants. He did have community ties verified through a third party. And a records check also revealed that Mr. Davis appears to have an active probation violation warrant out of San Diego County that was issued in February of 2016. However, it is an in-state only, so it is not being considered here today, at least for purposes of holding him in custody. And I did see 2 prior felony convictions. One is Arizona from 2007, and the other is from California from San Diego in 2010. The state's recommendation was to honor the bond requested in both of the respective warrants. Is there anything else to add from the state?
In Your Honor, the recommendation was made given what the court noted, having absconded from probation for a little over the past decade.
Okay. Defense, you need a moment with your client?
Just a second, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So Judge, these were both direct indictments, so he wasn't aware of them because the address that they had is not an address he lives at. And as it notes, the summons was for an initial appearance and arraignment. So not being aware of them, couldn't go to court. He indicates he's working. He's a cook at Waffle House. He's also working at Jack Ministries, and he's has a place to live. He's not planning on going anywhere. He would come to court, and those prior offenses are from over 10 years ago. So we would ask that you consider release and allow him to appear for his arraignment, and so he doesn't lose his job and his house and everything else.
Thank you. I'll honor in part the warrants as requested by Judge Monroe and Judge Ham respectively. I'll make them $2,500 apiece, and I'll schedule the arraignment date for next Friday, the 21st at 1:30. If bond is posted, I will place Mr. Davis. I'll place you under the supervision of pretrial services, and I'll order that you submit to all monitor and treatment as they direct. I'm going to order that you will not possess any firearms or weapons, and you will surrender any firearms you have in your possession to law enforcement within 48 hours of your release. And with that, sir, that's all I have for you. You're excused. Thank you. Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Jacob Stephen Garola, 8/17/81.
Mr. Really good morning. Being seen here today on charges of domestic violence, aggravated assault, strangulation, allegedly occurring yesterday. Just to remind you, sir, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you. You also have the right to an attorney, and I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. Please direct any questions or concerns you have to the attorney seated to your left. She's representing you for purposes of this hearing. All right. I reviewed the interim complaint and the pretrial services report and the state's recommendation. Excuse me. Pretrial services. I didn't note any other status or holds for Mr. Rulo. He was rated a 2 and a 2 on the NCNFTA scales. The alleged victim was reached for comment. He did provide input, which I have considered, and there was a reference. The alleged victim who did verify housing and employment. Really did not have any felony or misdemeanor history noted. And let me just double check. Yeah, unfortunately, there wasn't a Form 4C provided to the court. State's recommendation was for a $10,000 bond with pretrial services supervision. Is there anything else to add from the state?
Nothing further to add from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense?
Yes, Your Honor, we're asking that you consider his lack of criminal history. He is a veteran, so he served the country. He's disabled. He does not reside with the alleged victim, and she indicates she does not object to his release, even though she doesn't want contact. She doesn't have an objection that he be released.
Thank you. And given the nature of the offense itself and the facts as detailed, I do have some concerns for the alleged victim's safety. Taking into account her wishes, I do believe a bond is appropriate. So I will order a $10,000 cash or secured bond with pretrial services supervision if bond is posted. I'm going to order, Mr. Garula, that if you do post a bond, you will be under pretrial services supervision. You will comply with all monitoring and treatment as they direct. You will not possess any firearms or weapons, and you will surrender any firearms you may have to law enforcement within 48 hours of your release. You will also be ordered not to commit any acts of domestic violence and to attend your preliminary hearing, which will be on August 25th at 1:30. And with that, sir, that's all I have for you. Thank you very much. You're excused.
Your bond is $10,000.
So I can't get out of here. Said pay $10,000.
No, you'll all the bonds.
All right. Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Shailene Harvey, 9894.
All right. Miss Harvey, good morning. You're being seen here today. The first is a felony complaint alleging felony theft. Occurring between on or about March 17th of last year and July 24th of this year. You have a warrant in the Pima County Justice Court on charges of criminal trespass in the first degree from September 2023. And you also have a separate misdemeanor warrant in the city court on charges of possession of drug paraphernalia, shoplifting, and trespass. And please remember, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be used against you. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you on any felony matter, and advise you that the attorney seated again to your left is going to represent you in this hearing. So talk with her if you have any questions or concerns. Review the interim complaint as well as the state's recommendation and the pretrial services report. Apart from the cases I've already mentioned, Ms. Harvey did not have any other pending matters or holds. She was rated a 5 and a 6 on the NCA and FTA scales. She unfortunately couldn't be interviewed by pretrial services, and a community reference couldn't be reached to verify housing or employment. She had no felony criminal history as noted. State's recommendation was for a $2,500 bond with pretrial services supervision. Is there anything else to add from the state?
Your Honor, that was primarily due to the age of the two cases she has warrants for, one going back a year and one going back 3 years.
Thank you. Defense?
Just a second, Your Honor. Your Honor, he does have ties to the community. She's lived here for quite a while. She's currently homeless, however, it would be difficult for her to post any kind of bond.
Okay. All right, Ms. Harvey, I'm going to give you an opportunity to resolve this matter out of custody. So I'm going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services, and I'm going to order that you will submit to all monitoring and treatment as they direct. I'm also going to order that you will not go back to any of the stores, specifically the Marshalls at 3541 East Broadway, the Home Goods store at 7170 East Broadway, or any of their other outlets in the Tucson area. You're also not to go back to the TJ Maxx at 6337 East Broadway or any other TJ Maxx. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I'm going to set your preliminary hearing date for September the 4th at 1:30. When you're released from custody Monday morning, you'll be released later today, but Monday morning you need to call pretrial services and your attorneys at the public defender's office, and you need to do whatever they tell you need to do.
Okay, thank you.
On your justice court case, I'm going to set your hearing. Excuse me. I'm going to set your hearing on the justice court warrant for September the 14th at 10:30 in the morning. Mr. William Parvin is being appointed to represent you. His phone number will be in the order from this session that you will receive a copy of. I'm going to order, again, in that case, you will not go back to wherever that trespass allegedly occurred.
Okay.
And lastly, in your city court case, I'm going to schedule a hearing for September 16th at 9:30 in front of Judge Mayhew. And likewise order you will not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you will not go back wherever any of these incidents allegedly occurred. Do you understand?
Understand.
And that's all I have for you. Thank you very much. You're excused.
Okay, but It's a thing. No,
Answer. Just let me know whenever you're ready.
okay, just a second.
Go ahead.
I'm ready, Judge.
All right. Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Nicholas Andrew Hernandez, 122601.
All right, Mr. Hernandez. Being seen here this morning on two different cases. The first is a felony complaint alleging domestic violence, aggravated assault, and unlawful imprisonment, allegedly occurring yesterday. You also have a separate domestic violence case in the Tucson City Court, and these involve misdemeanor charges of domestic violence, assault, and disorderly conduct, also allegedly occurring yesterday. Remind you, sir, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be used against you. I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and the attorney seated next to you is going to be representing you in this hearing, so please continue to speak with her if you have any questions. I've reviewed the interim complaint as well as a Form 4C, state's recommendation, and the pretrial services report. Form 4C indicated both, I think, 7 affirmative answers from the alleged victim and the tier 1, 5 on tier 2, which indicates a high risk. The defendant is not pending on any other matters that I haven't already addressed. He was rated a 3 and a 2 on the NCA and FTA scales. The alleged victim was reached for comment and did provide input to pretrial services. And I see notation of 3 prior felony convictions, none of which were for violent offenses, all 3 of which occurred in the last 2 years. State's recommendation is for $50,000 bond with pretrial services supervision. Is there anything else to add from the state?
Your Honor, the state would just note it's not one, but 2 separate incidences. So that is why the state is recommending a higher bond on this matter.
Thank you. Defense?
Yes, Your Honor. He is working full time, and they did make contact with his father, who said that he could live with him on Speedway, and that his father indicated he would help him with respect to getting to court.
Thank you. In the nature of the offenses, I have serious concerns for the potential health of the alleged victim, so I do believe a bond is appropriate. I am going to order a $35,000 cash or secured bond and pretrial services supervision if bond is posted. Mr. Hernandez, if you do post the bond, you will be ordered not to possess any firearms or weapons, and you will surrender any firearms you have to law enforcement within 48 hours of your release. You're not to possess any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you're not to have any contact of any kind with the alleged victim. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be on August the 25th at 1:30. And on your misdemeanor matter, I'm going to appoint the City Public Defender's Office to represent you and schedule a video review hearing for you in front of Judge Millian on August the 26th at 1:30. I'm going to hold you on a $1,000 bond. That'll be cash secured. Same conditions will apply in this as applied in my felony order. So you're gonna have two different attorneys representing you on both of these cases. Please cooperate with them and good luck. Thank you, sir. You're excused. Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Isaac Thomas Manuel, 12/5/1992.
Sorry, what's your name?
Isaac Thomas Manuel,
And your date of birth again, sir?
12/5/1992.
Mr. Manuel, you're being seen here this morning on a charge of burglary in the second degree, allegedly occurring on June the 25th. You also have a separate misdemeanor matter in the city court involving a warrant on charges of criminal trespass in the first degree and possession of drug paraphernalia. Remind you, sir, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you. I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you, and advise again, you have the assistance of an attorney seated next to you, so please direct any questions you have to her before saying anything out loud. I reviewed the interim complaint, the pretrial services report, and the state's recommendation. Mr. Manuel did not have any other matters that I haven't already discussed. He was a 6 out of 6 on the NCA and FTA scales. He didn't have a reference to verify his housing or employment. And he had 4 prior felony convictions dating from 2016 to the most recent in 2021, at least 2 of which indicated a significant history of failures to appear and arrests or rearrests or warrants being issued. State's recommendation was for $7,500 bond with pretrial services supervision. Is there anything else to add from the state?
And Your Honor, in addition to what the court noted, it was also due to his substantial history and public access. I counted at least 3 pages of cases in that history for him.
Thank you. Defense?
Judge, he indicates he's been homeless for a lengthy period of time. He's unemployed. He won't be able to post a bond.
Thank you. I do believe the bond is appropriate given the facts and circumstances I can see. I'm going to order a $10,000 cash bond with pretrial services supervision if bond is posted. Will be ordered not to have any contact with the alleged victim to include going to where they work or live. Shall participate in all monitoring and treatment as directed by pretrial services. Preliminary hearing day will be August the 25th at 1:30. On the misdemeanor matter, I'm going to appoint the City Public Defender's Office to represent you, Mr. Manuel, and order a non-transport review hearing for September 18th at 9 a.m.
What date was it? September what? 18th?
September 18th at 9 a.m. in front of Judge Hale. I'm not holding Mr. Manuel on this matter. I'm going to order that he not have any contact with the alleged victim in the trespass case or possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs. And that's all I have for you, sir. Thank you very much. You're excused. Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Daniel Martinez, 12/09/1991.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. You're being seen here this morning on charges of unlawful unlawful use of means transportation, unlawful flight from law enforcement, and aggravated DUI and possession of drug paraphernalia, allegedly occurring yesterday. Remind you, sir, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you. I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you. And I want to remind you that the attorney seated right to your left is going to represent you in this hearing, so please talk with her if you have any questions. I reviewed the interim complaint from Mr. Martinez as well as the state's recommendation in the pretrial services report. Mr. Martinez doesn't have any other matters pending, was of 2 and 3 on the NCNFTA scales. There wasn't time for him to be interviewed by pretrial services, and emergency contact couldn't be located. Mr. Martinez did not have any felony or misdemeanor history as noted by pretrial services. And the state's recommendation is for a $10,000 bond with pretrial services supervision. Is there anything else to add from the state?
And that's primarily given the allegation, Judge, of not pulling over for law enforcement, flipping the truck, the ag DUI, and again, in addition to not even having permission, shouldn't have even had that truck on the date or incident in question.
Thank you. Defense?
Yes, he doesn't have any criminal history or DUI history. So we'd ask that you consider that.
Yes.
No, I don't. So I can say accurate.
Okay, and he indicates that he did Social Security disabled. He's disabled. So we ask that you consider those factors. Scores aren't too high, and again, no felony convictions.
Thank you. The nature of the alleged conduct, the dangerousness of it, I have some concerns for this health safety of the community, so I'm going to order a bond of $10,000. I'll make that cash or secured, and order pretrial services supervision for Mr. Martinez if bond is posted. I'll also order Mr. Martinez, you are not to possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you're not to drive without a valid license. Your preliminary hearing date is going to be scheduled for August the 25th at 1:30. With that, sir, that's all I have for you. Thank you very much. You're excused.
Not much of a spot. The postman took it up.
Good morning, sir. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Victor Manuel Mendoza, April 26, 1992.
All right, Mr. Mendoza. Good morning. You're being seen here today on 3 different matters. The first is a warrant that was issued by Judge Clayton Cam with the Pima County Superior Court on August 13th on charges of possession of a dangerous drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. You also have a separate felony complaint from yesterday, the 14th, on charges of possession of a dangerous drug, possession of drug paraphernalia, and obstructing a public thoroughfare. Lastly, you have a warrant in the Pima County Justice Court. This relates to charges of shoplifting and failing to appear. Remind you, sir, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you. Yes, you have the right to an attorney. I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. Please continue to cooperate with the attorney seated to your left if you have any questions or concerns. They are representing you for purposes of this hearing. I'll deal with the complaint first, from the 14th. Some motion to dismiss. Sorry, Mr. Goodman.
For the yes, Judge, for the new interim complaint, yes, that's correct.
Dangerous drug, drug paraphernalia, and obstruction of public thoroughfare, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right, I'm assuming that defense, no objection?
No.
All right, sir. On the new complaint that I just mentioned, the state is asking to dismiss this without prejudice. I'm going to grant that motion. They may bring the charges back at another time, but for now, you will not be held to answer for those. On the warrant, I have considered the state's recommendation to honor the bond as requested by Judge Cam of $1,000 and the pretrial services report, which I indicated Mr. Mendoza was a 6 out of 6 on the NCA and FTA scales. This does appear to have been a refiled matter, though pretrial services noted that the defendant failed to abide by conditions of release that were previously imposed on the original arrest. And there were 6 prior adjudicated felonies between 2010 and 2024, at least 2 of which were narcotics related offenses. Was there anything else to add from the state on the warrant?
Just highlighting the previous release, failure to appear, and then the other justice court warrant, Your Honor.
Thank you. And defense?
Judge, I don't have anything to add that you haven't noted already.
I'm going to honor Judge Cam's request of $1,000 bond. I'll make that cash secured, and I'll order pretrial services supervision if bond is posted, and that Mr. Mendoza not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs. The arraignment date for that matter is going to be set for the 21st at 1:30. And on the misdemeanor shoplifting warrant, I'll set an arraignment date for September the 8th at 9 a.m. I'm going to release Mr. Mendoza on that and order that he not go back to wherever this incident allegedly occurred or have any contact with any alleged victim. And with that, that's all I have for you, sir. Thank you very much. You're excused. Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name?
Darren Redondo, 12-1370.
Mr. Redondo, being seen here today on 3 different matters. The first is a warrant that was issued by Judge Catherine Monroe on August 5th of this year on charges of possession of narcotic drug and drug paraphernalia from the March of this year. Second is an interim complaint that was filed by the Pima County Sheriff's Department alleging possession of drug paraphernalia from August 15th. So earlier today, excuse me. And lastly, you have city court cases involving general solicitation, failure to appear, possession of drug paraphernalia, criminal trespass, and removing a shopping cart from a place of business. To remind you, sir, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you. You also have the right to an attorney. And on your warrant matter, I'm going to appoint the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. Please continue to cooperate with the attorney seated to your left. He'll be representing you for purposes of this hearing. All right, I'll deal with the new complaint first. This is a state's motion to dismiss. Is that correct, Mr. Goodman?
Yes, Judge, as to the paraphernalia complaint.
And assuming no objection from defense?
Yeah.
Then Mr. Dondo, on your new felony complaint that was filed earlier today, I'm going to grant the state's motion to dismiss. So you will not be held on that matter further. On the warrant, Judge Monroe is asking for a $500 bond, which is what the state is recommending, as well as pretrial services supervision. Mr. Redondo was deemed a 6 out of 6 on the NCA and FTA scales. And this does appear to be a refiled matter that was sent general delivery. It doesn't appear to have that he has been arrested previously on this new version of the case. The pretrial services did note that Mr. Redondo did not abide by conditions of release after his last release on the previous arrest. And there were 4 prior felony convictions from 1991 to 2004. Was there anything else to add on the warrant matter, Mr. Goodman?
Nothing further to add from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense?
Just that it looks like this was, the charge was dismissed and refiled, and he didn't realize that it had been refiled.
Thank you. I'm going to honor Judge Monroe's request and impose a $500 cash bond. I'll set the arraignment date for August the 21st, at 1:30. And on the misdemeanor matters, there appears to be all 9 of them. I'm going to likewise impose a bond of $500. I'll appoint the City Public Defender's Office to represent you, Mr. Dondo, and I'm going to schedule a video review hearing for you in front of Judge Mayhew, December 16th at 9:30 in the morning. You do post the bond, I'm going to order that you will not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you will not return to any incident location or have any contact with any alleged victim. And with that, sir, that's all I have for you. Thank you very much. You're excused. Fill in the second page. I signed both. Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Arthur Castel, December 10, 1969.
I'm sorry, what was your date of birth again, sir?
December 10, 1969.
Mr. Castellum. Being seen here this morning on charges based on a warrant that was issued for your arrest out of the Pima County Superior Court in charges of aggravated DUI and possession of drug paraphernalia from September 17th of last year. Please remember, sir, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be used against you. I'm going to appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, and further advise that the attorney seated right next to you is going to represent you in this hearing. So if you have any questions, please talk with her, all right? I need you to answer out loud, please, sir.
He said, yeah.
I read the warrant itself, which requests a $1,500 bond. It was signed out by Judge Monroe. Mr. Castellum seems to be being held on an adult probation hold in CR 2022-2045. He was a 5 and a 4 in the NCA and FTA scales. And this was a refiled matter. Do you see one? 4 prior felony convictions. 1 prior misdemeanor conviction for DUI. State is recommending that the bond amount, $1,500, be honored. Is there anything else to add from the state?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense?
He's being held without bond on the probation nominal bond, so he gets time credit.
And I will honor Judge Monroe's request so that Mr. Castellum can receive time credit. $1,500 will be cash and secured. We'll order that if bond is posted, he shall be under the supervision of pretrial services, shall not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs, or drive without a valid license. His arraignment date will be August the 21st at 1:30. And with that, that's all I have for you, Mr. Castellum. Thank you very much. You're excused.
Yeah, because you're being held without bond on your probation case.
Robles.
Morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Orlando Robles, February 26, 1969, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Robles. Being seen here this morning on several charges of possession of a narcotic drug, a dangerous drug, drug paraphernalia, failing to comply with a police officer, resisting arrest, and tampering with physical evidence. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. And the attorney seated next to you is going to be assisting you in this hearing. So please speak with her before you say anything out loud. Okay. Please remember you have the right to remain silent. All right. I reviewed the interim complaint and the pretrial services report and the state's recommendation. Mr. Robles does not have any other pending holds or statuses or cases. He was a 2 and a 3 on the NCA and FTA scales. He unfortunately couldn't be interviewed by pretrial services or have a third-party reference reached to verify housing or employment. He had no felony criminal history as noted, and the state is recommending pretrial services release. Is there anything else to add from the state?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Defense, I'm inclined to agree. Do you have any additional comment?
No objection.
Thank you. Mr. Robles, I'm going to release you to the supervision of pretrial service. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to resolve this matter outside the jail, okay? So you're going to be under the supervision of pretrial services. I'm going to order that you will not possess any alcohol or illegal drugs, and that you will comply with all monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. What that means is on Monday morning, you're going to call pretrial services at the number that's going to be provided to you. You're going to call your attorneys at the public defender's office, and you're going to do whatever those agencies tell you you need to do. And you're going to go wherever they tell you need to be. And most of all, you're going to show up for a hearing that's going to be at the Pima County Justice Court on September the 4th at 1:30. That date may change, so it's very important you stay in contact with pretrial services and your attorney so you're up to date on what's next in your case. With that, sir, that's all I have for you. You're excused. Thank you.
Sir, very good.
Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Samuel Tintori, February 27, 1975.
Thank you, Mr. Tintor. I'm sorry, what was your date of birth again, sir?
February 27, 1975.
All right, sir. You're being seen here this morning on felony charges of possession of a narcotic drug for sale, possession of a firearm during a narcotics offense, being a prohibited possessor in possession of a firearm, and possession of drug paraphernalia, all allegedly occurring. Looks to be between on or about August the 5th and August the 14th of this year. Remind you, sir, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you. You also have the right to an attorney, and I'm appointing the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. The attorney seated right next to you is representing you in this hearing, so again, please cooperate with her if you have any questions or concerns. All right. I reviewed the interim complaint as well as the pretrial services report and the state's recommendation. Tintori was a 2 out of 2 on the NCA and FTA scales. Doesn't have any other matters pending. He unfortunately couldn't be interviewed by pretrial services due to time constraints, and he declined to provide any emergency contact information at the time of booking. He has 2 prior felony convictions, one from 1994 in the state of Illinois, and the second from 2018 in Tucson. State's recommendation is for a $15,000 bond with pretrial services supervision. Is there anything else to add from the state?
And Your Honor, that was primarily based on the quantity of substances, more than one firearm being present, as well as the amount of currency.
Thank you. Defense?
With respect to that 2018 case, it was designated a misdemeanor.
Yes.
So that's a felony conviction. Does have ties to the community. We'd ask that you consider those factors.
Yes, thank you. I've considered those factors as well as the nature of the offenses and facts as alleged. give me some concern for the potential safety of the community. So I am going to impose a bond, $20,000. That'll be cash or secured with pretrial services supervision if bond is posted. If bond is posted, Mr. Tentori, I'm going to order that you will cease all monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. You are not to possess any firearms or weapons, and you shall surrender all firearms you may have to law enforcement within 48 hours of your release. You're also not to possess any alcohol or illegal drugs. Your preliminary hearing date will be set for August the 25th at 1:30. And that's all I have for you, sir. Thank you very much. You're excused. Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Morning, Your Honor. Anthony Edward Terry,
What's your date of birth, sir?
10/13/79.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Being seen here this morning on two different matters. The first is a felony complaint alleging aggravated DUI from yesterday. And you also have a separate charge of misdemeanor domestic violence, threats and intimidation, and disorderly conduct from from the same day, same incident. Remind you, sir, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you. You also have the right to an attorney, and on your felony matter, I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you. The attorney seated to your left is going to represent you in this hearing, so please direct any questions you have to her before saying anything out loud. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right, I've reviewed the interim complaint, the pretrial services report, and the state's recommendation. In review of the the interim complaint, I don't believe that the narrative as stated, which is only about 7 lines long, includes sufficient facts to find probable cause for an aggravated DUI. While there is some mention of there being alcohol or the presence thereof, there simply doesn't appear to be any of the additional factors that would lead me to believe that this would be a rise to the level of a felony. I'll give both parties an opportunity to make comment on that in a moment. But we'll note that Mr. Terry does not have any other holds. He is pending on a separate misdemeanor. I'm sorry, the only other misdemeanor was one I just mentioned. He did have a prior felony that was adjudicated in 2021. He did have a complaint summons that was filed in a separate justice court case, looks like, on a charge of DUI, misdemeanor DUI, 0.08 and 0.15, so simple and extreme. Summons was mailed out on July the 9th. And Mr. Terry appears to have missed the court date. The new hearing is set for September the 22nd at the Justice Court. I mean, and that matter is not before me this evening. I'm sorry, this morning, excuse me. State's recommendation was for $7,500 bond with pretrial services supervision. Does the state have any additional comment or wish to make an argument on the probable cause issue?
No, Judge, I see what you mean by the complaint. So if you want to order his release on that, the state's not going to oppose that.
Thank you. Defense, my intention here in accordance with Rule 4.2 is to order Mr. Terry's release ROR on the felony complaint. Do you have any additional comment?
No.
All right, then, Mr. Terry, you're going to be released on this matter on your own recognizance, which means it's going to be up to you to comply with the conditions that I'm about to set, which are that you will not drive a vehicle without a valid license. You will not, excuse me, possess or consume any alcohol or illegal drugs, and you will attend a preliminary hearing that is scheduled for September the 4th at 1:30. So again, that's going to be on you to comply with those conditions and to attend all your court hearings. If you fail to do so, warrant could issue for your arrest and you can end up right back in jail. On your misdemeanor matter, I'm going to schedule your arraignment date for September the 8th. So 4 days later, 4 days after your preliminary hearing is currently scheduled, you'll have your arraignment in front of Judge Foreman at the city court. I'm sorry, at the justice court, excuse me, at 9 a.m. On that matter, sir, I need to ask, do you live with the alleged victim, Miss Ursula Baker?
No, Your Honor. I do not.
Then I'm going to order that you not have any contact with Miss Baker, to include going to wherever she works or lives. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so again, your arraignment is set for, your preliminary hearing date is September the 4th. Your arraignment date on the misdemeanor case is September the 8th. And it also looks like you have a separate court date in that DUI case on September the 22nd. So you're going to want to track all those cases and show up for all of them, because again, if you fail to appear at any one of them, you can end up right back where you are. Do you understand?
Right. Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right. Well, that's all I have for you, sir. Thank you very much. You're excused.
September 22nd. Hold. It's just set for September 22nd. Okay, but you're not gonna get paperwork on that. So you need to go, they've already continued the marks. We'll get paperwork on the other two, okay? Okay. That's it. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please tell me your full name and date of birth?
Eric Threadgill, 5570.
All right, Mr. Threadgill. Being seen here today based on felony charges of possession of a narcotic drug, possession of drug paraphernalia, and possession of a dangerous drug, allegedly occurring yesterday. To remind you, sir, you have the right to remain silent, and anything you say can be held against you. You also have the right to an attorney, and I'm appointed to the Pima County Public Defender's Office to represent you. The attorney seated to your left is going to represent you in this hearing, so please ask any questions or raise any concerns with her before saying anything out loud. Do you understand?
Yes.
I reviewed Mr. Threadgill's interim complaint, as well as the pretrial services report and the state's recommendation. Mr. Threadgill does not have any matters pending. He was a 4 and a 3 on the NCA and FTA scales and was deemed steps diversion eligible. He had 8 prior felony convictions between 1998 and 2021. And none of which, I'm sorry, at least 4 of which included narcotics-related offenses. State's recommendation is for pretrial services release and a steps court evaluation. Is there anything else to add from the state?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense, I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Goodman. Do you have any additional comment?
We'll waive the PH if you release him.
Thank you. All right, so Mr. Threadgill, I'm going to release you to the supervision of pretrial services. I'm going to give you an opportunity to resolve this matter out of custody, okay? So the way you do that is on Monday morning, you're going to call, given to you in a minute. You're going to call your attorney at the public defender's office, and you're going to do whatever they tell you need to do. And you're going to go wherever they tell you need to go when you need to go. You're going to attend a hearing on August the 24th at the Superior Court. You'll likely be seeing Judge Hotchkiss. That'll be at 9 a.m. That'll so you can be screened for the steps court program, which if you're successful, then the state may dismiss your charges against you, so you wouldn't have to proceed on to a trial or a plea agreement or anything like that. So very important that on the 24th you show up ready to participate and you do, again, whatever is told to you by your attorneys and by pretrial services. Just in case that steps court program doesn't work out for you, I'm going to schedule a preliminary hearing for September the 29th at 1:30. That's just a placeholder. Hopefully, this case will be resolved well before then. But that's going to depend on you participating in the steps court program. So again, sir, I encourage you to take that seriously and do whatever you can to meet the requirements for that program. With that, that's all I have for you. You'll be released later today. And good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all very much.